All right, I barely made it, but we made it. Just get over to my stream manager here. So, yes, we are probably finishing Chrono Trigger tonight rather than what I had originally said was going to happen to this week. We'll probably do that next week. We'll do that whenever we finish the main, or after whenever we finish the main game here, because the because our trip had to get canceled. Kind of sucks, but that's life. Life sucks sometimes. Give me just a second. Hello. Hmm. What the hell? Why is nothing responding? Oh, is it doing that? Or it was doing that, I think. Okay, that at least makes a certain amount of sense. Okay. Yeah, do the thing, right? Would have gone ahead and just. I would have just gone ahead with what was planned anyway, but it made more sense to go ahead and finish the game since this should be the. Oh wait, that's right. I used a save state. Since this should be the final episode for the main game. Let's see here. Big question is, do we want to swap Frog out? Oh no, we don't want to swap Frog out because Mammon Machine. Oops, I should check her equipment real quick. Yeah, that looks good. Worst mother ever. Well, I don't know about smashing the omen, but we should be able to defeat you. So not bothering. Because I don't think... I don't think she has any way of hurting us at this point. Of course, there's always the fact, if I'm willing to sacrifice a bit of mana, could end this really fast. You know, why not? Just for the hell of it. $2,800 hit points. Oh, it doesn't actually kill her. That's impressive. She had a lot of hit points, apparently. Well, I guess here's the question then. You know, I'm gonna experiment. Let's see if I'm right that she can't actually kill us. Oh no, I forgot she has that. Okay, never mind. Yeah, let's do this. Seems like as long as we stay healed up, she'll just keep doing that. Which is fine by me. Go! How about that? Since he won't be doing hardly anything besides basic attacks in the next battle, let's go ahead and just have him heal bot. Let me use Cure 2 here. Not really. Maybe I'll just throw down another heal though. It's only one more hit point. Granted, that's double, but still. I mean, there is the fact that Magus goes massive ham if anybody goes down, but eh. Let's see. How do I want to handle this? Throw down. Actually, don't throw down yet. Let's get some more healing going. You know what? Well, I feel like throwing down a dark matter. Oh, never mind. Idiots. Nothing can live forever. You pitiful woman, duped by Lamos. I myself will bring an end to all of this. That's interesting. Let's see, how's our health? Actually pretty good. What then? Okay, that was useless. Oh, hell no! Humph. Well, if you're going to be like that... Got an extra prism helm. Wow. Ooh. That is very interesting. Whoa, that's actually cool. Okay, you know what? This is time for an elixir. Prison dress? Oh my. That was totally a middle finger. So the tricky thing is, attacking the hands does next to nothing. They have ridiculous defense. Ow. Uh, hmm. There's a lot of temptation here. I have a feeling she's gonna get life shavered again at some point. Well, actually, the way things are going, maybe not. I don't feel like getting MP bustered again. Or she might do that. You know, oh, that would cost a lot of ethers, though. Let's wait. Well, no, like we're never gonna run out of mana that way. Okay. Here's something we can do. Okay, didn't realize that was a thing. Okay, now Ayla's down. That's fine. Because now he'll do that. You're talking about you're the one who put yourself in our way. Oh? That's reasonable. Remember the day of Lavos? It just came early. And Lavos boss rushes us. These are so pathetic. Now, do we want to stick with the same group? I think yes for now, just to freaking spam the the low HP equal greater damage attacks. Now, in this instance, there's like no point because they're so freaking weak. Yeah, we get down to like Giga Gaia. Yeah, actually, forget Giga Gaia because he's like the last one. But we get down to like Black Tyranno. Then it'll be worth it. For now, we just throw down because the damage that it can take is so stupid. Is so stupid. It's so wimpy. Guardian. Oh, it survived already? I'm actually kind of impressed. Hecarim. Yeah, this is not going to be. This is just another throwdown. Oh, right, I forgot Hecarim is physical resistant. How many hit points does he actually have? Now I'm curious. Okay, Hagrid's hit point total is like not ridiculous. Is not like ridiculously small. Hmm. While we're thinking about it. Looks like we don't care because Ayla gets healed and does nothing to Magus. Okay, this is tedious enough that maybe not. Will we use Tailspin here? Of course not. We freaking never use Tailspin. It's stupid. Zombor. Worth? Probably not. Masamune, huh? Gran Leon. Huh. Probably still won't survive more than one round. Oh, he did. Okay, so next one we'll start spamming. Azawa. Or not Azawa, Nizbal. Although, which one? Probably the first one. Okay, so we actually want then to throw a lightning first. This could be hilarious. I'm really interested to see what he does. I don't remember how this one works. Okay, he does not go off immediately. But he does that. Okay, we got some legitimate defense here. Wait, geyser. That means we've entered phase 2, I think. Oh no, it doesn't. Okay. I just realized something. Yep. Drops M def. That's interesting. So actually, okay. Physical attacks are wasteful in this phase. And those are like all physical. Therefore, kind of wish we had Morrow instead of Frog right now. Oh, what's his current barrier? Thunder. Okay, another thing they missed because he's an optional character, Magus should get so butthurt right now. Magus should be like mortally offended. Wait a minute, he didn't barrier change. Well, let's not make assumptions. Okay, 702. Yeah, he's vulnerable now. Yeah, there we go. And now what do we got? Oh, now we're at Black Tyranno. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, we've got to remember Azala's shield. That being said, we still have to use our power and magic tabs. Whoops. Ah! Hmm. Okay, I think Azala uses an MP Buster at some point too, so let's not go overboard here. That being said, it might still be worth it. I mean, no matter what, you're only going to be able to attack one of them at a time anyway. Nah. I'm not even going to bother magic walling. Oh, HP down, never mind. Okay, now. The shield is still active. So we need to stall a little bit. Actually, using an ether is a good way to stall. There we go. Okay. Should have had somebody put on the frenzy band. Getting a free attack just because somebody just because the Black Tyranno engaged in her countdown is just hilarious. Okay, here we go with Giga Gaia. This is the last one, I think. Oh, that's beautiful. Do we get serious now? Yes. Yes, we do. Well, actually, I don't know. The meme was working really well. I have to think about this for a second. Do we or do we not continue memeing on Lavos? Oh, wait. I know what Lawless is gonna open with. No, the meme is not gonna survive. Although, you know, I want to see how well this particular idea works. Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. Remember that attack? The one that party wiped us before? God, even against Magus it does some pretty insane damage. Okay, I don't think it's meaningful, but let's just make sure. Yeah, that's not gonna work. How much damage does it do? Oh, nothing, okay. Needles, okay. Whoa, okay, better heal up. A lot of an elixir? Not really. Better do that more than once. Okay, he did like 300 some odd before. Okay, no, Magic Wall is completely meaningless with him, for him. That's what I thought. I mean, think about the fact, think about how much damage that did. I mean, he's at max. He's literally at max resistance, and it did that much. That worked surprisingly well. Fuck no, it can't. Yeah, exactly, Ayla, thank you. We'll get to the bottom of this. That's not the right line there. Wow. That line could not possibly be any worse. It's funny about that. No turning back now. Whoa. Just the heartbeat and the breath always gets you. It is flawless. Now notice we can go home. And I'm going to, for one... wait a second. Why bother? We got shelters. Literally only going to get one chance to use them anyway. Well, actually, I'm going to swap them out too. So... Are we stuck with the same party between the final two battles? Yes, if I recall correctly, we are. Okay. I'm going to check the old video because I don't want to use the same party. Now, I want to say that last time we used Atlas, so that's an easy one. I think I do want to use Iraq. just kind of for something different. And you know, come to think of it, there might really actually only be one worth using. Let's see. Oh wow! On the unofficial wiki, the only character in the trending pages section is Magus. It's not Chrono, it's not Marl, it's not Luca, it's Magus. Let's see here. You need a table of contents, why don't you? Yeah, it's right there. Okay, that's not quite perfect, but it's close. That's That's a mid game one, which is dumb. Actually, the more I think about it, the dumber it gets. Why in the world would you give would you give somebody why in the world would you create an attack that is easily best during the mid game, but keyed to an item you don't get into the bonus dungeon? That's so dumb. That one gets a pass because it's an effect. And that one is like, okay, so let me tell you what I'm talking about. Poyozo Dance gets a pass because it's an effect. It's one of those things that will be useful no matter what. Well, as long as you're not facing a boss. Spin Strike is the one I was talking about. It's a mid-game technique keyed to a bonus dungeon item. Except it's not even really a mid-game technique. It's not even a good mid-game technique because it requires tailspin, which is kind of an end-game technique. It's like it's like right on the borderline between mid and end game. I think if you remember right, we got it like in the Blackbird. But then it uses Slurp Cut and Robo Tackle, which are like end of Act 1. They're stuff used against Magus. What the hell does that make? That doesn't make any sense at all. That's like schizophrenic. Then we have Omega Flare, which is incredibly schizoid. He uses laser spin, which you can kind of give a pass because it's one of the few party attacks you have at that point. Dark bomb, which okay. Well, we have a bit of a problem there because well, it's Magus using one of its weakest attacks. And flare. Complete endgame technique. Okay. None of this makes sense. So there's really only one that's genuinely good. And I need a bio idol. I'll be back in a few minutes. Sorry about this. Okay, you know what? I'm actually going to go ahead and retreat. Because having that heartbeat on while we're AFK would be a little bit disconcerting, I think. That's interesting. It's very interesting, as a matter of fact. Okay. BRB. B not R. Sorry about that. All right, so last time our final battle party was Megas Ayla Chrono. So like I said, let's use a rock. Actually, is it worth giving up any of our existing accessories for that? I mean, prison specs. No. Oh, I forgot to actually equip them properly. Nerp. Let's see. So what are they actually using? Alright, yeah, let's do that. Oh, wait, oh, she's actually using her the gold earring. That's rather nice. Wow, she is up clear of 800 hit points without an earring. That's legitimately impressive. Let's go ahead and have her use the rock. Oh, the prison dress on her too? Yeah. Oh wait, it doesn't actually lock your status. Well, that's fine. She's got the vigil hat. Wait a second. With her magic defense maxed out, the prison dress effect is useless. Oop! Ah! Don't put us through that again. Alright, wait a second here. Let's also use those, maybe power, but definitely speed tabs. '69 power. Okay, we don't really want to use power tabs on Ayla yet. Oh, wait. Maybe? Let me check. I think that Ayla's upgrades affect her power, but I could be wrong. Oh, no, it doesn't. Oh. Okay, no, so yeah, let's give her the first round. We'll give most of the uh, power tabs to her. And magic tabs, is that going to be Magus or one of the girls? It's going to be Magus. Alright, let's get Ayla in here real quick. Check and see. Make sure that's counting right. He's put down 67 magic, so he's gonna eat all of them. $98, that's pretty much what I thought. If I remember right, max is not 99, but 100. Oh no, 99 is max. Okay, glad I checked. So, who's next? Why don't you get the rest of them to Frog because of how, how much they'll magnify? The graphic even changes. That's awesome. No, I don't mean that one. I mean the one on the world map. We're okay, right? Oh wow, the heartbeat quickens. Listen to that. Not sure that's really appropriate, but it's cool. Oh shit. You know, one of them was at max resistance, and I don't remember which one. I survived the darkness to defeat you. Somehow. Sorry I didn't respond earlier. Had the chat covered. Okay, not going to use that yet because we need to throw down a little healing. Stop using that for now. Since there's only one really valid target. Not gonna work. Now we'll throw down. Yeah, a little wasteful since there's only one target, but oh well. That's a poison attack, it's not gonna work. See, Magus is short on mana. So let's do one of these. God damn it. You know what? I got cheese there. Uh-oh, Magic Wall Rant is running out. I think haste is running out? No. Oops, somebody's short on mana. Luca's short on mana. Wait, is Protect actually running out? Probably. Woo! May as well. When in doubt. Oh, that's nice. Whoa! Neck pop. Well, that was kind of a waste. Ooh. Well, that that's a bit of a logical leap. It's possible, but there really isn't enough data to say that. It's entirely possible that Lavos is just making use of what's already there. God damn, does he have some badass lines at the end here. Magus is just amazing at the in the Black Omen and beyond. His writing up until like the North Cape was awful. Okay, his writing as a young kid, great, no problem. His writing as the Prophet could use a little improvement, but decent. His writing as a playable character misses some opportunities, but what it does is amazing. But his writing as a boss, actually, okay. His writing at the very beginning of the North Cape segment is spectacular. When he's reminiscing on Zeal Kingdom, immaculate. But for a lot of the rest of that scene and before, ugh. He's a card-carrying villain. He's not even subtle. Like, every once in a while he throws out some gems, but for like at least 3/4 of the time, at least 3/4 of that time is like I said, he acts like a card-carrying villain, and the way he delivers the lines is so generic. It's so disappointing that it's frustrating. I do not remember that sound effect being that good. That sounded really good. Okay, so that's the healer. We're gonna need to do something about it. Ugh. This is one of the best final battlefields ever, just because of how different it is. You suck. Yeah. Oh, that's nice. Oops. That was not the target I wanted, actually. Crying Heavens is the attack I never want to see. And we've seen it twice already. And you can see why. I mean, there's actually at least one that's even worse. But Crying Heavens is the one that makes me cringe because you've seen it. You might see what's been going on so far and think, oh, it's doing not even 300 points of damage. What's so scary about it? Well, it's doing less than 300 points of damage at max resistance. Without that, I have frequently seen that attack do upwards of 700. It is not okay. Although, as I mentioned once before, there is something that the Lavos core does, which is the most not okay thing in the game. But as I said, I'll give it a pass because it is the final boss. Okay, was that just shadow, or was it magic in general? It was magic in general. Lovely. Why? Why do we have to have a magic absorbing healing part? Ugh. Seems like I can do some good damage that way. Okay, question. Does Mega Bomb count as magic? I'm guessing probably. Yep, damn it. Alright, so we have an excuse to let somebody fall. Boy, I want to protect them. Damn it. Do I roll with the inconsistent damage of the Wonder Shot? Or do I do some damage that's gonna get somewhat healed off? Let's take our chances with the Wonder Shot. Not bad. I am curious. Ugh. Oh, fuck. Oh, well, okay. You know, I kind of got hosed on timing. Note to self, keep Magus above 500. Da, 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 da. Alright, I've forgotten. Defense is down, okay. That changes things. I actually didn't want to do that that long. Well, that's not going to help. Also worth considering that yeah, the Lavos core is not the one in the middle. It's like the one of the best fake outs ever. As far as final boss forms go. We got one of those off, so we're okay. So I'm happy with that for now. Let's go ahead and re-up all the statuses. Great. It's a really cool attack though, I'll do that much. Let's wait on actually. Actually, let's have him use an elixir. Yeah, he's only got 10 mana left. We'll have him use an elixir. And we'll drop a regular heal on him. Oh wait, that was dumb. We're gonna use an elixir. Why the hell do I want to heal him? Actually, that being the case. Oh hey, we're in Megan's tower. Let's have her use the elixir? Decreases defense power. That's interesting. Oh, now we're in the future. Ah! Nice! Well, that's interesting. Fuck you, computer, for lagging right there. But then again, well, no, we're in a state where a multi-attack actually sucks. So instead, let's do this. Actually, wait a second. This is the thing that is not okay. Also, you see it uses the same animation as Shining did, just recolored. Yeah, so Magus is no longer immune to any statuses. Despite the fact that he has equipment protecting his status. It's not okay. But it actually is okay because we're talking about the final boss. You know, out of curiosity, that's like 1800. Nah, that doesn't even come close. Oh, Luke is short. You know, just to be sure. Oh, great. All we got now is physical attacks. Oops. Wrong target. Oh, damn it. Yeah, knock her down. Excellent. See what it gets you. And shuts defense off again. Okay. Um... Thank you. Actually, thought we'd targeted wrong there. Damn. Okay. We have some revives. Oh, our hastes are all out. Damn. Well, I mean, Luca we knew because she fell over, but... That was... Well, actually, I don't know if that was stupid or not. It's entirely possible it didn't get revived at full health. I really don't know. Yes! Now see that whole sequence took about 2 hours, so it's a good thing I did wait on it. Well, yeah, there was a lot of prep and stuff, but it took like 2 hours. Actually, most importantly, there was a bio idol, a long bio idol in there. Huh? What? Save the future, right? Wait, what? Huh? What's going on here? Guess who? Wait, what? Okay. Um. I've got to be super critical here. This scene sucks. Like, it's fun. It's incredibly fun. But it requires, especially on Marl's part, it requires an incredible amount of density. She already knows that King Guardia the 21st is her ancestor. The other two, okay, fine. Like, I'd be a little surprised if they hadn't figured out that she was related to Kino and Ayla. But don't unless they saw some huge family resemblance, which in a modern version I probably would have happened. But we'll cut them some slack on that and just say there's no way that she could have known Dawn was her descendant. So that part, yeah, absolutely. Now, how did anybody know? For that, there is an answer. Luca had to go to the Now, okay, why and when would she have done this? Okay, when? Not too hard. This feels like a time skip of at least a couple of days. Now, okay, Chancellor earlier did say that he had to go and get ready for the Moonlight Parade, but that can stretch a little. You know, it's the kind of thing that conceivably could take a couple days worth of preparation. So that I can live with. But so okay, when would Luca have done it? Easily in that couple of days time skip, she just, pops over to. She just pops over to one of the time gates or uses Epoch or whatever, and hits up the info center again, which incidentally should be in much better shape now. and you know, then looks up genealogy of the Guardia line and who their current descendants are. Yeah, kind of. So that, you know, as long as their information is okay, which we have to be, we have to note that we're talking about better than a millennium worth of data. So them actually having the data could be a little bit of a stretch, but we are talking about a royal family here, and at least the major royal families in this world, you know, we have at least halfway decent data going back a couple of millennia, so not terribly unbelievable. Now, if we really want to stretch things a little bit, and I think it will stretch this far, but I'm not sure I would try. DNA tests. She has a suspicion. And, you know, if anybody could figure out how to use them in no time, it'd be Luca. It wouldn't be that hard to what you call it? It wouldn't be that hard to acquire a test and sample, especially, you know, we're talking about a pretty futuristic time frame. So a portable DNA test, not at all unbelievable. And go and get samples from Marl and Ayla and possibly Kino. Now, getting it done quickly enough, can give it a pass. For the same reason that it being portable wouldn't be all that unbelievable. I mean, why would she have that suspicion? It's not really that far-fetched. Or especially if she was just curious. I mean, given that you know, we know that the royal lines in some form have survived, you know, all this time anyway. We know that there's some, or not know, we suspect there is some kind of relation between Ayla and Kino and the Guardia line and maybe Zeal line. And incidentally, if she was doing that, would she get DNA tests from Magus? Abso-fucking-lutely. She would be stupid not to. I mean, there's probably nothing to find out there, but you never know. And for that matter, while we're at it, while we were at it, if I was her, I'd do one on myself, because there's a certain resemblance between them and Mom. But the biggest thing, I mean, if you want to frame it all as a prank, okay, maybe, but the whole stay of execution thing, okay, I actually gotta work back through events a little bit here. Um, I hated with my daughter, and you were saying past, present, and future. Let's think about this for a second. Okay, so the execution in general, you have to give a pass on because there is a minor game branch very early on when the execution comes around. Yeah, right. Also, what were you ooh-wooing about? um, so, and that's why they brought in the excuse of the chancellor becoming showing an even greater amount of corruption and saying, "Oh, well, the paperwork just got held up in the system." Well, that is a little bit of a different story, although it's to some extent the same story. um, so okay, the execution was on. As far as I remember, as any of us remember, he never actually got pardoned or even stayed. Now, there's plenty of time for stuff to be happening in the castle that we don't see. Time in all the eras is passing without us. So, you kind of have to. We're going to have to kind of look at things a little bit here. Okay, I'm getting annoyed by Lucas theme, unfortunately. We'll finish discussing it in a second here. A true victory parade! Tonight we celebrate you! Go out and enjoy the last night of the fair. Okay, good. We can just stop now. It'll stop now. I think it'll be silent for a second. Hey, look, a mystic! Where is that coming from? And is it like a... Nah, it's not a disco ball. Okay, so let's ponder this a little bit. There's time for any number of things to have happened in the legal system while we weren't looking. Okay, maybe not any number of things, but there's at least a few days to play with here and there. Now, Yakra 13's line about, and yes, you have to think about it, that was Yakra 13, about the paperwork getting held up in the system, might have been an exaggeration, but does also show that there is at least a good possibility of there being a certain amount of bureaucracy involved, which makes sense. Oh, I'm talking. I got something that needs to be fixed. Okay. Both a pardon and a stay of execution are usually executive actions. In this case, they'd be royal decrees. So they would not tend to be a sort of thing, or multiple sorts of things, depending on how you look at it, that would get, um, as he says, as Yakra 13 says, held up in the system. Now, propagation of, or let's, okay, here's a word that some of you may not have heard: promulgation of said decree might take a little time, not so much. In this case, promulgation usually is talking about. I'm getting a drink while I'm talking here. Is usually talking about um, getting new laws and such propagated throughout the legal network and released and shown to the people. Um, but if I'm not mistaken, it can also apply to a legal action working its way through the system and and reaching basically the bureaucrats that need to act on it. Now, I could be wrong on that definition, but I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use it for now. Um, so it could conceivably take a little while for something like that to promulgate through the internal legal system, like like Dr. 13 was talking about, it getting held up in the system. Okay, but that would be a situation that probably get resolved pretty quickly. Like it probably, if we think about the amount of bureaucracy that it would have to go through and the type of action we're talking about, a few days at most. That being said, there's an enemy in the system, namely Yakra 13. It is possible that it is not even that it's not even that difficult to believe that he could gum up the system a little bit. Matter of fact, it's not that big of a stretch to think that maybe such a thing would have to go through him in the first place, and therefore it would never get into the system to begin with. But we know that it did. And as a matter of fact, we know that it got to the places it needed to get. But why a stay of execution? Why not either nothing or a full pardon? Now, it's possible that their laws actually don't allow royal pardons, which feels a little far-fetched. Okay, we can actually. So I think I've come up with a decent reason for it being a stay of execution. It's actually both, and he issues both. And now this is entirely supposition. He issues both because a stay of execution is much faster because a full pardon needs to be reviewed. It's a suspicious act. Something on the order of the Privy Council or maybe a jury needs to go over the situation. It probably requires probably requires a unanimous decision to overturn it. But that review needs to happen in the case of a full pardon. A stay of execution, not really that big, not really such a big deal. Now, on the other hand, let's go back through events and see if there's reason for either of these things to happen. Um, let's see. In terms of the party's relationship with King Guardia the 33rd in particular goes, nothing really happens up until the Giant's Claw quest, up until the Rainbow Shell quest. After Marl storms out of the palace, things things are, if I, as far as you can remember, things are completely static until the Giant's Claw. And again, if we remember correctly, because we didn't actually try this at any point, um, you cannot you cannot enter the 1000 AD palace with Marl, so you just will not go in. Now, it's possible. Oh, actually, no. I, I think if you go into the palace, into the 1000 AD palace at all, between that point and the Rainbow Shell quest, specifically the latter part after you've already obtained the rainbow shell. You actually get chased out as a criminal. Now, that might, and again, don't remember for sure. That might change after the Ocean Palace. I would, if I had to guess, I would say it does change after the Ocean Palace and changes to Marl refuses to go in, everybody else is safe. Maybe Luca, because the actual the actual criminal, with the possible exception of Luca, Chrono isn't present anymore. So there's no reason to keep the party out. Again, unless Marl's with you. And in that case, she's the princess. They're not gonna just refuse to let her in, but she's gonna refuse to go in because she's pissed off. Now, it's possible we're misremembering, and that this stay of execution actually does come up at some point during the game and allows you to go into the palace again. Either way, there is one really good reason for it to happen, and that is remorse on the king's part. Whether he agrees or not, he keeps thinking about the way Marl stormed out of the palace and goes, even if I'm right, I want to try and fix our relationship, and so issues the stay and probably a pardon for Chrono to try and mend fences with Marl. So okay, with that, the stay of execution makes sense. So the whole thing about it getting canceled and that being a prank is likely, and yes, more than a little cruel. But on the other hand, if I was Chrono at this point, I'd probably be thinking I was pretty much immune to premature death, considering I've already been rescued from it once. Pretty sure the timeline would bend around me at that point. Um, but that still leaves one issue. Why the hell would he believe it? Would the king believe it? It would take some very specific convincing. Because, I mean, put yourself in that position. You're suddenly being told, you know, granted by, like, your daughter or one of her best friends, that that she's been gallivanting around time, and you have met several people who are definitely related to you. Okay, one you know. That one, and his direct and not that distant ancestor. Well, okay, 4 centuries is kind of distant, but not that distant ancestor, especially in a in a um in a context where there would be, one at least would hope, immaculate record keeping. Like, this is a long established royal family. I hope to hell they know exactly who their ancestors are. So, the old king convincing the current one of his identity, not an issue. Either of the other two. Okay, the big thing is going to be convincing. Well, okay, wait a sec. Wait. Once you've established that, yes, you have in fact been to the past, the recent past, any of the rest becomes a lot more believable. I won't say it's automatic, but okay, you've been to the past. You having been even further to the past, not that big of a stretch. You having been to the future, eh, definitely more believable. But like, if I were in that position, I would be skeptical. Like, okay, if the Rainbow Shell quest had happened, the King's trial had just barely happened, had just barely wrapped up, a couple days previous. And I was shown records of that trial. And my daughter or the friend or whoever who had supposedly gone to the future could bring back records of that trial that were accurate, then I'd probably find it believable. But I'd have to find a certain level of detail. It would probably have to be something that was like, No, let's just go with a certain level of detail, like not just the king was put on trial and eventually acquitted. It would have to be something like the king was acquitted after denying knowledge of the artifact until the princess brought a piece of the artifact up into the courtroom from the treasury, something like that. If I saw that in a record, and not just the princess entered the courtroom by jumping through a stained glass window. That's sensationalistic. That's the kind of detail that will survive. But now on the other side, something like the princess was subsequently kicked out of the courtroom and refused re-entry. That's a kind of detail that I would never ever expect to survive. That's too intricate. So I think that a record of the basic sequence of events leading to my acquittal, especially if there was something in there that I didn't know, but that fit in with everything else, then I could probably buy that they had actually been to the future and that maybe this person they're bringing along with them was from that time frame. That last part is easy when we already have somebody from another time frame that I know is legit. um, so, but the idea of actually no, okay, no, in the king's um, what's the word? In the king's position, that's not necessary. I don't need to know that all of these people are related to me. I just need to know that they are from different points in history, including the future, and telling the truth. It's going to strain believability to the breaking point, but I think I could just barely believe it. Backed up a little bit by the fact that I know my daughter's not a bullshit artist. She's not a con. Is there a possibility that she will make something up to try and save a friend's life? Sure. But going to these kind of lengths, mm, that's a bit of a tough sell. Now, I probably would ask to hmm actually, well, okay. I had the thought that as the king, I might actually just say, "Show me." You say that you have the means to travel along the timeline in both directions. Show me. Take me to some other era. But I'm the king. That is possibly an unacceptable level of danger. Oh, but wait. My daughter might be with me. If it's safe for her, if she is willing, if it's safe enough for her, it's probably safe enough for me. I would be a little worried that maybe she'd been brainwashed or something, but given all that's happened recently, yeah, that's probably the simpler and more reasonable answer. Is I look at her, I look at her friend, and I go, "Show me, take me along with you somewhere, just so I can see for myself that you're not taking me for a huge ride." And then, guess what? I've got a front row seat to. Now I'll have to get a little bit of explanation on how these things work. But I've got a front row seat to Luca probably administering a couple of DNA tests, mostly on her own suspicion, more than anything else. And, therefore going, holy shit, these people are actually related to me, apart from this one, which I knew. So, okay. No, the scene is actually not that bad. It is awful on the surface. But, as we just demonstrated, once you work through the logic some, it does actually hold up. It requires a certain amount of supposition and a few allowances, but they're not unreasonable allowances. It holds up. Okay. Like, sorry for those of you who might not really be interested in this kind of commentary and just want to see the playthrough, but it was something that I really had to get out there and work through because it was a huge bother. I mean, you could probably hear it in my voice. It I really it's not. I mean, all of us, but to varying degrees, but me more than most really hate it when something doesn't make sense. Because and I figure that if it doesn't make sense to me, then it probably fails to make sense to somebody else too. Not everybody probably, but to some people at least. So with that established, let's enjoy the show. Last quarter, it's back to normal. Oh yeah, we got a spoiler that there was a Moonlight Parade if by doing the Giant's Claw. Okay. Hey, kitty! Hey! Oh, hey, it's Mom. Oh, and... Oh. Let's make a note of something here. Okay, number one, Mom, because Mom being there is just awesome. And she decided not to leave the cat home alone. But Lara's here, and so is Taban. But importantly, Lara's here, and she's on her feet. Actually, this sequence doesn't last very long. Actually, is it even one full circuit? Yeah, it is. Those are cool looking dancers. I mean, you know, I'm pretty sure that a lot of us would prefer if they were exotic dancers, but that's a different story. Now we got a bunch of people to chat with. God damn it, Mom! What, kitty? What? Oh, the cat is gone. Well, yeah, okay, fair. Come on. Shit happens. And right there, we see why having been handicapped made her so bitter. The thing that she wants most at a party like this is to dance. And guess what? In the original version of the timeline, she couldn't dance anymore. That's beer. Guaranteed. I'll give you 3-1 that in Japanese, that's beer. Have a sip, you're the hero of the day, even if you're not technically of legal drinking age, because, yeah, you literally saved the entire planet. Who gives a shit? Oh, you can't go and talk to them? Lame. Don't you like how Marl's the one in front? Frothy motes of water. Hey, it's Melchior. But I like it that way. The cat's having too much fun parading. You? What? Where'd you go, kitty? Okay, legitimately, where did you go? Oh, hello there. Kitty? Where'd you go, kitty? Now here's the interesting thing here. in terms of this particular era, we didn't really do much. If you think about it. Now, there was a lot of improvement. But this day didn't actually need saving. And go through the progression here. At first, the truce area is in decent shape. Pore's in decent shape. I think Medina's depopulated. Or not Medina, Koras? Koras? Is it Koras? Shit, I've got them a little bit, No, I don't think it's... Dorino! I think Dorino is depopulated. And I don't think Koras exists. And there's an old... And there's this ancient, long-held resentment among mystics directed at humans. So, like, it's far from idyllic, but it's okay. There's no existential threat. There's no war going on. You know, in the Middle Ages, there's a war going on. In the future, everything's gone to shit. There's not a threat. Everything is actively bad. In antiquity, that one's weird. In the time of Zeal, okay, the fact that Zeal exists, at least in the form that it does, is bad in and of itself. But here's the thing. Once you hit Zeal, there are no more plot points in prehistory. Every reason you have to go to prehistory is optional. There is no preventing Zeal. There is no preventing the collapse of Zeal. There is no changing the leadership through the timeline. 12,000 BC is what it is. It is, well, okay. It actually, okay, it takes over the, it takes over the role of fixed point of reference from prehistory. I mean, if you even want to think of it in those terms, because there's, what, a grand total of one thing you can do in prehistory that actually has an effect and it's optional. Wait, jelly donut effect? What? I didn't see that I didn't see that before. What the heck do you mean jelly donut effect? Oh, yeah. We would know it better as the burger effect from Ace Attorney. For those who don't know, it in the original version, Mayoi, uh, when her when food comes up, she always wants to go get onigiri, but Maya wants to go get a burger. In English, Maya wants to go get a burger. So the furthest point you can go back to in the timeline is going to be a fixed point of reference because you cannot change anything there indirectly. Because there's no point further back that you're going to. At first, this is the Middle Ages. But that doesn't last very long because at the end of your second trip there, you get kicked back to prehistory. So that becomes one would expect, permanent fixed point of reference. The thing that you can't change indirectly. But like I said, once you hit Zeal, you don't ever go back there again. So Zeal, the Dark Ages, actually becomes your new fixed point of reference, even though technically you can still go back and muck around in prehistory all you want. Or, well, okay, no. Technically, you do go back once you get kicked back there, you remember. But nothing happens. It's literally just a pit stop. You're literally just going through. You're literally just passing through. Nothing happens there. Your fixed point of reference is now, for all intents and purposes, antiquity. So there's also an interesting aspect in that conceivably things that you do in the far past could affect the Middle Ages, but apart from the Giant's Claw, or not Giant's Claw, apart from the Sunken Desert, there isn't anything. There is nothing that you do in the past that affects anything mandatory in the Middle Ages. So, like, you could look at the Middle Ages as a fixed point of reference, and like, in effect, it is, except for the Sunken Desert. But it doesn't really make any sense to think of it that way, since there's plenty of times where you potentially could have effects on that era from further in the past. You could butterfly effect. And actually, in one of the optional endings, in one of the in one of the plus game endings, that actually does happen. Matter of fact, it's a it's a butterfly effect from prehistory. Now that I think about it. But anyway. Oh yeah, as I was saying, nothing. The biggest thing in terms of the storyline that you change in the Middle Ages is the defeat of Yakra and his modern descendant duplicating his plot. Now, in terms of in geopolitical terms, you have some pretty major effects more than once. Pore and Medina and Dorino, or not Pore and Koros and Dorino appear and disappear at various points. You know, as of after the first trip back. Actually, I think it's between. I think it's if you go back to the present. Before rescuing Lean, the Guardia area is all that's left. Or excuse me, the Truce area and the Palace and the Cathedral are. Or the Cathedral? No, not the Cathedral. The Cathedral doesn't exist more, I don't think. No. I think. But anyway, okay. Truce and the palace and maybe the cathedral are, and the areas around them are all that's left of Guardia. Zenon Bridge is permanently broken. It's permanently out. It got destroyed and never rebuilt. So there's I don't think Pori exists. Dorino definitely doesn't exist. Actually, Pori might exist because of the ferry. That's something we'll have to check going through because we're going to go through the plus game, not immediately, but soon. So we'll have to check. It's like every story point. Go through every era that's accessible and there's not going to be a whole lot of the first trip to the future because you're stuck. But yeah, go through every era and see every era but the earliest one available and see what's changed. Nice little bit of chronicling. That'll be. Wow. Trippy. And they took the bell down? Okay. Why did they take the bell down? How convenient. They moved the stalls around so you can't get to the to the battle trainer area. or the dance, which is interesting. Each to thine time. Magus has gotten very thoughtful, but he does that. Well, I mean, yeah, they gotta go home. You better have tough kids or I'll be in trouble. What do you mean by that? Okay, that comes off as Marl being ridiculously dense again. But our take on it is that Ayla's actually pregnant, and they both know it. And she's too stubborn to stop fighting because that's just how she is. Shoves him into the gate. Which is of consequence. Mr. Frog. It's like always with the princess kissing the frog, right? And he's like, you're too much. Oh, come on, say a few words, man. She knows. Oh, bullshit. Haven't you picked up on the fact that you're immune to timeline changes by this point? Oh, wait, okay. I gotta say something about this. This scene needs Gaspar. And that is the reason why. We need to have Gaspar here, and like maybe have them chatting as Marl and Chrono come in, and just say, "Well, there may not be a future for him to go to." And Gaspar goes, "No, it doesn't work that way." The whole lot of you have long since time traveled enough that you have become immune to the timeline. The timeline warps around you. There will be a place for him in the future. There can't not be. Temporal mechanics don't work that way. No, not always. But it's been demonstrated passively for the most part, but it's been demonstrated pretty thoroughly here. I mean, how many changes have we made that could potentially result in any one of them being unmade? I mean, we've seen Marl be unmade once already. You know, but that was after literally the first time they'd ever time traveled. So the assumption becomes that you have to have had a certain amount of effect on the timeline already. And Marl disappearing is not the result of something you have done. It's the result of something that has happened to you. Or to her, I should say. Now, rescuing Queen Lean, that one is debatable. That is a notable act in terms of the timeline, but on the other hand, it's not actually changing anything, it's actually preventing something from changing. So, if it only takes one notable act, that act would probably be... Okay, it might be not rescuing the queen, but defeating Yakra. I could see arguments for both yes and no on defeating Yakra. If not Yakra, it's defeating Magus, stopping the war for good. Although even that, let's think a little bit. In the prime timeline, Magus summoned Lavos and got his ass kicked. Probably got killed. So actually, no, you're not really changing anything there. But that, at the very least, that I believe that would directly lead to the circumstance that forces the timeline to bend around you, and especially Magus, or at least risk dissolving into paradox. Because now this on the surface feels like an argument what would it be? Confirming the antecedent, I think? Something like that. It feels... It on the surface, it looks like a logical fallacy. But it's not fallacious because if it doesn't... okay, in this case, you would have to presume that... okay, no, not have to. It gives you the most information to work with. It makes the picture the most complete to assume that every possibility happens. Assume the greatest magnitude of manifold possibility. Including the idea of different timelines having slightly different laws, different temporal laws to be specific. And realizing through that, and I'm going to have to work through this on the fly here. Is there any other way it can work? Hmm. Wait a second. We don't know what the original timeline was. We've never seen it. There's already a paradox in play. And his name is Melchior. So, okay. Like, literally just realized this. Like, all the information was there from the beginning, but never put it together. So, all right. Number one, Melchior exists in 1000 AD. Therefore, the scene as we see it in the Ocean Palace, which is what Magus remembers, did play out in the most baseline timeline we are familiar with. I'll call it the alpha timeline as opposed to the prime timeline. However, in the prime timeline, that could not have happened because in the prime timeline, I mean, you could maybe make a few very long shot alternative explanations for this, but we're talking very long shot. Enough so that I'm not buying. In the prime timeline, Melchior never got dropped into a time gate because he was still imprisoned on the Mountain of Woe. And therefore, the ruby knife that became the sword Gran Leon or slash Masamune probably never left his possession. Was probably in his possession. Hang on a minute. Okay, we don't know for certain where the ruby knife is located in the Prime timeline while Melchior is imprisoned. The simplest explanation is that it's on his person. There's a few others which are not terribly unlikely. It could be that they were that it was actually in that room in Terra Cave all along, specifically because he had hidden it there. That is reasonable. It's not possible that it's anywhere in Zeal. So yeah, the only two reasonable explanations are either it's on its person or it's hidden in Terra Cave. Either way, although it's a little less certain in one timeline than in one possibility than with one of those possibilities than the other. But either way, it is extremely likely to impossible for anybody to have retrieved that and taken it to the Mammon machine to stick it into the Mammon machine to absorb its energies. I am not going to say this is where the long shot possibility comes in. I'm going to say it is almost impossible for it to have been retrieved, for Melchior to have been released, because it would require beating Giga Gaia, who is, an immortal level being, essentially. We are talking about the final we are talking about the penultimate mandatory boss. Lavos is technically not an immortal, but is definitely of an immortal type power level. So Giga Gaia is only one step down. Well, actually, no. Giga Gaia is only one fight. Lavos is 3. Well, 3, but one of them is skippable. So yes, 3, really. But Giga Gaia is no worse, could not possibly be any worse than a very small step down from the least of those 3. And personally, I am putting it makes most sense, it seems to me, to say that Giga Gaia is at least almost as powerful as the first fully mandatory Lavos battle, the not the final one, but the second one, the one right before that. what I would call the Lava Shell battle, even though technically the name Lava Shell is in use by the exterior battle, which is slightly dumb, but whatever. And that is where I would put Giga Gaia. You could make some arguments that maybe Giga Gaia is as powerful as the first main Lavos battle, but I'd put it a half step below. It just doesn't quite feel like it's on the same level. Very close, but not quite. So we're talking about a being. Okay, Lavos is definitely an immortal class being. Not technically immortal, but an immortal class being. Like, and we're talking like. I would probably not say divinity. We're talking like greater immortal. We're talking like Skatak. Like full power Skatak. You know, we're talking like maybe not quite to the level of, say, Tsukuyomi. Because the Okami, at least most of them, are quite definitely divinities. So Lavos is definitely, you know... Oh, there's another good comparison. Archetype Earth. Lavos is probably comparable in power to Archetype Earth, if not actually more powerful. Actually, no, probably more powerful. Although I'm not entirely. We don't have full information on Archetype Earth's capabilities. But at an educated guess, probably more powerful than Archetype Earth. But not like Type Moon level. So Giga Gaia is probably like lesser immortal. You know, what would be a good comparison there? Like, Oberon. Like Gandalf. That kind of power level. Like Gandalf the White, if not even more so, actually. And that actually might be selling Giga Gaia a little bit short now that I think about it. Or that might be actually inflating Gandalf's power level. Because even as Gandalf the White, he's still constrained by what the mortal world can support. He is not, even as Gandalf the White, at full power. But anyway, see, we're talking lesser immortal for Giga Gaia. Who in that time frame, barring like Zeal herself, maybe Magus, and Well, Magus. Well, yeah, we're talking prime timeline, so Magus probably wouldn't be part of the equation. But yeah, so yeah, basically barring Queen Zeal herself, who the hell in that time frame is powerful enough to challenge a lesser immortal? It's not going to happen. And the other possibility of it being hidden in Terra Cave, well, somebody could find it. Absolutely, no trouble at all there. But how are they going to get it to the nano machine? Firstly, they've got to get to Zeal. And, a lot of them are working on the Ocean Palace, so that's not completely impossible. But in order to have that one work, you have to have the person doing it has to be hold on a second. Gaspar or Balthazar could conceivably do it. Now, that brings up the question. Actually, it brings up a couple of questions. One, would they? Two, would they know the knife was there? 3, could they get away with it? Could they actually come up with the opportunity? And all 3 of those feel pretty unlikely. Okay, would they? Quite possibly. Could Melchior have told either or both of them about the knife? I actually think he probably did. I'd actually be a little bit surprised if they didn't know about it. I mean, he could be playing his cards really close to his chest, not sure if the other 2 are trustworthy. I don't buy it. So no, Balthazar and Gaspar probably know about the knife. Does either of them know where it is? Batman preparation. They probably do, at least one of them. This is a failsafe plot by Melchior, essentially. Does either of them actually have the opportunity? Let's see. First, they have to go to Terra Cave without raising any alarms. Maybe. I'm going to say probably not, but maybe. Melchior is the one who is best established as being rebellious. I mean, he's the one that was imprisoned on the Mountain of Woe for speaking out against the plan, against the Ocean Palace. So, I mean, that one kind of goes both ways, because yeah, it does say that he was the most rebellious. On the other hand, it also gives a lot of extra motivation for the other two to rebel. I swear I've actually heard that argument made in some other context before. So that one is, at the very least, not prohibitive, maybe even as far as a wash. Could they generate the opportunity to actually use the knife? I'm not really seeing it. Now here's the thing. What happened to Zeal in the Prime timeline? To the kingdom, that is. What possibilities do we have? Obviously not nothing. Otherwise it would still exist in the Middle Ages. So Zeal went away somehow. That much is certain. When? Who knows? Political powers naturally decline. Okay, hold on a second. The end game of the Ocean Palace plan is immortality. Seemingly not just for Queen Zeal or her family, but for the entire population of the kingdom. So obviously that didn't come off. Why? I mean, possible that it was doomed to fail from the start. Really don't buy that. Not based on what we saw and the things that people have said, that the characters in the setting were saying. It's possible that it actually wasn't, that it actually did fail in a sense of not being full immortality, just extreme longevity. That feels like splitting hairs. So, actually, the most likely explanation, the most likely sequence of events, and causes? Yeah, we'll go with causes. Is that either the ruby knife is irrelevant, or shutting down the Mammon machine doesn't matter. And in either case, Lavos still wakes up. Lavos woke up in antiquity in the Prime timeline. Wrecked Zeal. All of the scenes, all of the last scenes of antiquity happened in the Prime timeline. Zeal falls, Terra Cave gets flooded, Dalton takes over the last village, Dalton takes over the last village. Blackbird never gets shot down. Dalton never has his royal heir throne. Granted, he didn't have it for very long anyway. But, okay. What this means is that, in the grand scheme of things, and this is absolutely beautiful, Dalton is irrelevant. He does not make a difference in the end analysis at all. In the Prime timeline, he probably took over the Earthbound community, was their dictator for however long, died whenever he died, and life went on. I mean, maybe one of his flunkies took over, or maybe not. Maybe his flunkies got overpowered by the Earthbound. Maybe they deferred to one of the former Enlightened, who had become pretty friendly. You know, all of them seem to have become pretty friendly with the Earthbound anyway. It doesn't matter. Everything from probably 200-300 years past that up until the Middle Ages plays out exactly the same. whether he's in power or not. Lavos goes back to sleep, emerges in 1999, and everything goes to hell from there. So, what does that say for Mega's influence? Okay, hang on a second. Wait, no. Oh, no, he exists in prime time. As Megas. But he summons Lavos. Grand Leon doesn't exist. Well, might. That's a tough one. I'm gonna say probably not, though. Grand Leon doesn't exist. Guardia still wins the war. Guardia wins the war. Guardia wins the war because Magus summons Lavos and gets his ass kicked. Demoralizing and possibly demoralizing, probably slightly disorganizing, and maybe even fragmenting the Mystics. Yes. That is where the timeline starts being forced to warp around both the party and Magus. Because at that point, the entire lot of them become paradox creatures. The party, albeit indirectly. Magus becomes a paradox creature because all of a sudden he is existing in the exact same context as his younger self. This is something that did not happen originally. That there are things happening in his purview that did not happen originally. Now, it's an interesting thing to consider. Oh, wait, no. No, that doesn't work. That never happened. I was thinking about the party not being present, but Magus being present when Lavos emerges around the Mammon machine. But no, that can't happen because they are co-contextual. So Magus remembers both his older self and the party. I mean, it's possible that he actually doesn't, specifically because of having become atemporal. Actually, yeah, that's actually more likely. He probably doesn't remember them. But still, both he and they are now atemporal. They're paradox creatures. Because without their interference, Grand Leon doesn't happen, and without Grand Leon, their interference doesn't happen. There you go. There's the paradox. That's why they're atemporal now, and that includes Magus because he's part of that whole equation. Now it's interesting that we never saw any serious butterfly effects before then, apart from the episode with Queen Lane. On the other hand, it's also possible that we're a couple of loops deep into this time weirdness, and that's why Chrono's dad isn't part of the picture. But there's no way to disentangle that. Not without word of God. And Doan just wanders off. Okay then, if you say so. Now, an interesting little thing here. Chrono's not paying attention to them. Chrono's in his own world. What the hell is he thinking about? He's watching the portal. He's watching the time gate. Or maybe something, just to one side of it. What's going through his head? Oh shit! Oh no. What's gonna happen? Your cat's running away because you haven't been feeding him. Oh hell no. Mom just time traveled. Presumably to the Middle Ages. Okay, he obviously said something there. Look, don't turn off your brain yet! Yeah, you forgot after just barely having mentioned it. I think the writers fell asleep there. Huh? Wait a second. Wait. Okay, obviously, Chrono said something there along the lines of, "This is fine, we can deal with this." Or maybe even, hell yeah, we get to time travel again. So why the hell are they thinking about it? Unless... you know? Another thing I never thought about before. That right there is evidence that he's actually canonically mute. He literally can't talk. Now, it's like one piece of evidence. There might be one or two others over the course of the game, but like the evidence is so scant that really feels more like an oversight. Like I said, the writers fell asleep. But it is evidence! Oh, wow. Where'd you go? Someone leave me a hand? I consider doing nothing. Tavan, not right now. I really could use your help. Tavan doesn't listen sometimes. Okay, the cathedral does still exist. Oh, wait, no, that's the palace. Never mind. Story plan. Huh. Hey, Atropos! Also, I wonder where that mountain is. It looks like Dinodoro, which it's only been a millennium or two, and the mountain range probably exists. I wonder why they're there. Now let's see. I think we can still do the alternate end. Yeah, good old Woolsey. Another Yamamoto. How come they're all abbreviated? That's weird. Special thanks for what, I wonder? No, they're grouped, so... Kobayashi M. Yeah, there's only like 1,000 of those. No? See, that must only happen in the alternate ending. Well, let us see if we can still do the alternate ending. I think it's possible. Wait a second. Well, that was inept. Want to stick with these three? Yeah. It's sturdy as fuck. We'll be fine. Here we come! Well, that's a familiar effect. That looks like their Enigma. Building up ridiculous amounts of speed. And of course, Vegas isn't even knocked out. In case anybody ever forgot Magus as a badass. That's interesting. That's a different set of sound effects. He's kind of having fun here. Nice. Yeah, that was a waste. I think that's a sign that the defenses are down. Yep. Only thing I accidentally used a tonic instead of an rebirth. That was clumsy. Hmm. Oh, you know what? That was a bit clumsy. Oh, no, it doesn't really make a difference. Either way, things get delayed. And it says cut allies wait time by a third, or cut magic damage by a third, but that's not true. All it does is actually increase your magic defense. Unlike haste, haste actually does cut their wait time by half. All the center bit has done so far is fucking time warp. I'm getting super lucky. This is insane. This luck is absolutely astronomical. Oh. Well, that sort of looks like dark matter, doesn't it? How is this possible? Uh-oh. Well, you know what? We might be about done. You know, I'm going for it. I think we're almost done. Finished him off with a triple tech too. That luck was crazy. That had to be like 1 in a million. I am so glad that got recorded. Wait a minute. Mega's tower? Now notice Luke is with them this time. Ah, forgot about that. He actually commissioned a replacement. I assume it was wearing out. You made a mistake there, Marl. Help! Now that's kind of a badass moment there. You gotta admit. She's trying to like fight. She's trying to like flame magic the balloons down or something. Or maybe she's like, throwing grenades at it or something. No, that would be a bad idea. That arm's gonna get really tired. And it's not gonna take very long either. Then again, the balloons aren't gonna last forever either. Woo! There we go. It's not even the full version. Hmm. Oh, while that's going on, I'm going put some food on, I think, you know. I'm gonna wait it out anyway. Or do we? Yeah, you gotta wait it out to some degree. I don't know exactly how long. Which is dumb. I mean, how many people, how many players, especially young ones, never found out that Plus Game existed because they didn't want to wait, because they quite understandably didn't want to wait through this. I need to take the trash out. Bah. Are you done yet? Bloody hell. Hmm. Okay, I suddenly feel like the emulator's fucking something up. Let us check. The info. You really beating the game if you haven't completed the Black Omen? Huh? Okay, that's hysterical. Oh, that's right. It's not like that. It's one of those weird ones that actually has data that persists. Let's make sure that persists across resets. Yep, I might have been able to do that before. Actually, not sure, but no big. Okay, I think I'm actually gonna call it basically here, except for one thing. I'm gonna do one other ending beforehand. Don't have a ton of money though. That's interesting. Basic equipment. Oh! We still have all of our equipment. Well, almost all. All of it is not story important. Sweet. Or locked behind story elements, like the slashers. Actually, you know what? Even with the bulk end does 300 damage. It's interesting that even a turbo controller doesn't give you a whole lot of room for error. Yeah, sometimes you forget things, you know. You ever forget? Happened to me. There we go. In the middle of Tomad's speech. I feel like that was slightly rude. Can't chaos somebody who's berserked. I'm gonna do an experiment this time. Calm down. How does it look down there? Oh, that explains how there's still people survive. Well, helps explain how there's still people surviving. Doesn't explain why none of the mystics seem to survive. But the future refused to change. So we'll call it a stream on that note. Take care, everyone.